I guess we're waiting for some other members to join from the community. Kamilani, can you hear me? I think we're waiting for the other members. This is the first time that I do the live, so I'm not really sure how to handle all this. So let's see if the other members log on. So the Black Sheep reports. That's awesome. I have the Amex Hilton Honors, and they gave him 130,000 points for spending 3K within 6 months. Then I just got the Amex Gold with a soft pull. Yeah, exactly. That's what I love about Amex, that once you have that first card, if you go in through the personal side, every card after that is just a soft pull. So imagine getting 15 cards with a soft pull. That's amazing. That's great to know. Let me see how to bring other people in. Let me see how to bring other people in. Invite. Guys, give me a second. Let me see how I can invite the other members. Ah, they're going to kill me with this one. Okay, so look up towards the right. Let me see. Banner. So I do look up here in the right, but I don't see anything else. The comments. Guys, give me 1 second. Let me figure this out. Comments show up on live stream. This is an example. My God, we have other creators that want to come on. But I'm not sure how to let them in. Okay, so let me send this link again. Sorry, guys. First time I ever used this. How about now? So right now, I just send slash the link again from StreamYard.
We made it. We made it.
Oh yeah, we're here.
Sorry, guys.
All good. All good.
Somebody echoing.
Is it me? How's everyone?
Pretty good. And you?
Good, thank you. Sorry, guys. I apologize again.
No problem.
What did I miss?
We ain't missed nothing. What is up?
Not too much. Very stressful with the StreamYard.
It was the first time. I don't use StreamYard, so I really couldn't talk you through it. I really didn't know how to bring people up.
Yeah.
So I guess what it was, I sent you guys the wrong link. That's why I couldn't see you guys.
Mm.
Yeah, it's all good. So what's the topic?
Today we're going to talk about the 3 credit cards that American Express got rid of. So we don't know if they got rid of them permanently or if they're going to just, refresh them, because last year, I believe it was the CFO said that he had 40 new products that they're going to revamp. And it's going to be, all over. It's going to be globally. So I guess that's the topic we're going to talk about today.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the 3 credit cards. It's the Amex Everyday, the Amex Everyday Prefer, and the Amex Cash Magnet.
Yeah, me and Neil we go at it about the Cash Magnet. He loves the Cash Magnet, and I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum.
That's awesome. So a lot of people were saying, I was reading a lot today on it, and some people were even thinking that the Everyday Prefer, if you go out and you use, I think it's the 30 transactions, it's even better than the Gold Card. So they think if they bring it back with a little bit, a little bit better points and stuff, it might be a better card at the end. It's just not as well known as the Gold Card.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't think they're going for long. Maybe the Cash Magnet. I'm not going to speak about that one because I don't know too much about that card. And I'll let Neil and Celeste talk about that. But in terms of the Everyday and Everyday Preferred, I think they're great cards. Definitely need a refresh. And I mean, I'm working on this script right now. It's pretty. I personally think that they're going to basically by the next earnings day come out with some refreshes or some new cards, because the earning day is on October 18th. So kind of the similar thing they did with the Amex Gold, where they had, hey, we're going to make these changes, and 2-3 days later, the changes were already there. So I think that's going to be a similar thing with the everyday cards. And I personally think the Amex Green is going to have something to do with that also. But yeah, I think the cards will be back pretty soon.
Yeah, I hope so, because they're adding over 3 million new card members every 3 months. So they definitely got the card members going. So they have to add some good products there to keep it up.
And kind of on top of that, I think another thing about Amex is they don't have a gas category for their besides the business gold, and obviously the co-branded cards, but the everyday preferred, and I guess I don't think the everyday had it, but the everyday preferred had a gas category. So I don't think that's something they want to get rid of. So they'll definitely probably, in my mind, bring it back. I don't think the everyday will be buffed much. I don't think Amex cares much about good no annual fee cards.
Yeah.
But the everyday prefer, I definitely think would be buffed a little bit. Now, I personally think it'll have an increased annual fee, maybe $125 or something like that.
Yeah, that's not bad. $125 is not bad annually.
I just don't understand pulling the cards. I don't get pulling the cards. I mean, they refresh a ton of cards and leave them there, and then you wake up in the morning and the cards is refreshed. I don't get pulling the card to refresh it. It don't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. Not to say they won't do it, because they did it with the green card before. They pulled the green card for a certain amount of time, then brought it back. But why? I just don't. I don't get it.
I think personally, I don't want to cut anybody off. I think personally, because with the gold card, you're just adding new credits and changing the annual fee. I think if you're doing a major change to a card, you don't want people because imagine you get the everyday preferred everyday card now, and they go and do a whole 180 on the card, and now you're like, wait, I just got this card, I have no idea. So I think for a change like this, where they might have actual big changes, this is me speculating, but they have big changes that you don't want to sour people before they get the card. That's my 2 cents on that.
No, look, and I agree with you 100% on that. But then I think about the Hilton business.
Oh yeah,
that thing went up $100, right? Overnight, it went from 95 to 195, and they changed the heck out of that card. So I just don't get it.
I'm gonna say I would agree with you But the fact they changed the personal cards, we all knew this was coming.
Yeah, of course.
You know, and they really didn't change the Hilton business around that much. They just made the annual fee higher and made the card worse.
So I'm gonna say this. I knew about this change several months ago. Some of you know that I do have a little bit of an insider at American Express. So
Okay.
my insider told me this like back in June that the everyday cards and the blue cash magnet cards are going to be removed. But I didn't really care too much about those cards. So I never asked a whole lot about it. But basically what he told me, they were going to be removed from they call it acquisition channels, basically their webpage, and they were moving to become a legacy product. So those people who have those cards, they'll be able to keep those cards. But that's what the plan is right now, to keep them as a legacy product, and they won't be accepting any new applications. Now, does that mean that they won't ever bring it back? I have no idea. But that's as much as I know about it. Yeah. So I didn't know that people would care so much. So I never said anything. I was like, people probably don't even really notice too much about it.
Did they say if they'll be adding 3 to replace those?
No, I didn't get that information. And I can actually ask my my contacts, because they're actually on this project with removing these cards. So I can ask a little bit more detail and find out what he can tell me. But I totally overlooked this one because I had all the gold card information. I focused on the gold card, obviously, not thinking that the community would have talked about these few cards so much, because they are pretty much ignored. I don't hear too much about the everyday preferred. I don't hear too much about the everyday card and the cash magnet. I don't even know what that card does. I've seen it on the website and I looked at it, and I think I only looked at it once. I'm like, okay, this thing's useless to me.
CJ, this is like useful information. I could man.
Right.
Sorry.
CJ withholding information.
Of course, I'm like sworn to secrecy with this stuff, so I never leak anything, even though I know everything that's coming, at least when I ask. Like when the Hilton Honors card annual fee was being increased, I knew about that. I was like, why are you doing it? And then at the same time, they told me about the gold card and what was coming. So that was interesting. I really pushed for that gold card information though.
Right. So CJ, when we need like a credit line increase, is that who we're gonna call? We're gonna call you. You got those hookups with American Express, guys.
Don't call me. If you watch my content, you know American Express does not like to give me large credit limits.
Yeah, CJ the wrong person for that. What you think, Rod?
Man, I was distraught when I first heard the news. I could care less about the cash magnet or the everyday card, but I have the everyday preferred. And if you go back and look at my What's in My Wallet videos, it was my go-to card for months, for years, for a couple of years, even after I got the gold card. And I think if they would have been a little smarter and just kept the groceries at 3% and not put that 30 transactions to get a 50% bonus, I think they really turned a lot of people off, because your average individual is not going to use or think they could use their card 20 or 30 times in a month. 20 for the everyday card, 30 times for the everyday preferred. But what I did, I opted to use my everyday preferred more than I did my gold, because it was this close to canceling my gold. And I'm glad to hear that CJ says a legacy card. It's going to still be a legacy card, so I can still keep it. Because if you are a master of your craft and you have patience, now you may not have the patience that Rod got. I'm retired. I ain't got nothing to do every day. But I go to the grocery store and I'll do 5 transactions on one trip. And in 6 days, I've hit the 30 transactions. Don't let me include some gas in the mix or a Slurpee. You know what I'm saying? And then, I'm over here chilling. And then I'm getting 4.5% because I'm getting 3 times the points at groceries, now the 50% bonus plus the 1.5. I'm at 4.5% instead of the 4% with the gold card. So it's a dope card. But I mean, they would have been smart to market it like that, because every time the reason they put those transactions up there, 30 transactions, because they're getting paid those network fees. So I would have me a commercial. When you go to the grocery store, all of y'all go to the line with 5 items to make 5 transactions. I don't know if that's legal or not, but that's what I would have did. Everybody would have been happy. But I think American Express is trying to prove that they're the real big dogs on the block. They're not afraid to raise annual fees. They're not, and they're giving people crazy credits that I ain't never even heard of. I don't even know where Etsy is. I don't know none of this stuff is. You know, and then they chop up your little perks, and you get $200 a year, but we're gonna give you $10 a month, and then I got to figure all that out. I got to turn into a mathematician, and if you don't use it, you lose it. But I think they just don't care. People go because the prestige that goes behind that Amex name speaks volumes. That's just my opinion.
Yep.
I got a question. How do y'all feel about the prestige? Because I think the prestige is a little different than what it was like, I would say like 2017, 2016, because I think it dropped a little. I didn't used to see Amex commercials like that back then, but now I always see Amex commercials. I see the commercials, the lounges, all of that.
Well, when I was a young whippersnapper, you only had an Amex if you were like 50 plus. I mean, you had to have some good credit. You had to have
that
some
is true. Yep.
You know, now I have a little kid. He got a platinum card. I'm like, man, it can't be real. He got that off eBay. You know,
So a lot of people now, what Rod was talking about, a lot of people today, I was reading in Reddit, and a lot of people agree with him, and they were saying the same thing, but they don't want to go through the hassle of doing those 30, transactions. But they said if you do the 30 transactions, unless you're getting like all the credits on the gold card, definitely the everyday prefer is much better. You would probably come out winning at the end. But they don't want to go through all that hassle of doing all those transactions. So yes, it's true. And it's true too. A lot of the young kids now, they're flexing the platinum card, because a lot of the young kids are into the travel and all that. And we didn't see that before. I mean, I didn't see that before when I was growing. It's true what he said. You have to be like 50 plus to have an Amex card, even the green one. Yeah.
That's all I used to see. I never had the privilege of seeing a platinum or gold. I don't even know if they had it back then, but I think that I just don't know. I don't know, man. So, I think it's not I don't think it's a good move.
So I want to like speak on this because I've actually been researching this a lot over the past like maybe month now. Because I'm trying to make a case for the Amex Green, and hopefully that video will come out soon. But anyways, so Amex, one thing they love annual fees. Even back when they had their first actual card, it was a $6 annual fee, which is $1 more than the diner's card. And basically they wanted to think that, like put that with quality, kind of like the price quality, basically psychology. If you think it costs more, then it might be a better product. So like by them raising the annual fee, we might see it and say like, this is crazy. But the average person like, oh man, this is, like, let me get a black card because it's the highest annual fee. So it must be the best. So in terms of that, I think like they're not going to care about raising annual fees because that goes on with the luxury. And in terms of like them like falling off, I think in terms of this space, we might see them as falling off, or we might see cards everywhere. But when I talk to anybody outside, they're like, oh, that's still the cream of the crop. Like I have a friend who, to my chagrin, like basically used a platinum card to pay for dinner for us one day, and they thought they were flexing, and I'm over here, gasping like, what are you doing? But in their mind, they're like, oh, I got this card and whatnot. Even for travel, like I'm writing this right now. I was thinking about, I was like, the platinum card, and this might rub people the wrong way. In my mind, the platinum card is not a travel card. The platinum card is a lifestyle card. Because for me, a travel card more so means, CJ, you can use it in the airport. But besides that, where are you using the platinum card at in terms of traveling?
Well,
So
you
I'm gonna
get gold status with Marriott, gold
No,
status.
you can get the status, but you don't need the cards. I'm trying to say. You can have the card, sock drawer it, but besides going to the airport,
oh yeah, you don't need it.
Where are you actually using the card? For something like the gold, like the green, you're actually using that when you're traveling. But outside of going to airports and using it for the lounges and maybe having it for the status, you're not actually using the card for travel, in my opinion. But I'll let CJ.
So I'll push back only because, again, after speaking to my Amex contact, basically the platinum card was made for that person who is always traveling. It's not really for us who are in the points and miles game. It's for that person they specifically told me that person who's traveling at least 4 or 5 times per month.
But what
That's
type
the
of
reason
travel?
why the multipliers are the way they are. You get 5x on hotels, 5x on flights. For a person who's traveling, and I did a video, and I don't remember all the figures I put in that video, but figuring out the average of what people spend per trip, for that person, the average credit card user who's putting everything on their credit card, the hotel charges, the flights, they can earn hundreds of thousands of points just by using the Amex Platinum for their airline tickets and for their hotels. And that's really, when you think about it, it's really for like that business person who's traveling to multiple different states, multiple different cities every single month. That's what it's for. That's why you have the lounge access. That's why the lounge access is so valuable for that person who's running from their flight. They're going to a flight and then they have to go to a meeting. It's so valuable to be able to go to the airport, grab a meal, sit down, do some work, hit their flight, then leave. Then don't have to worry about going to get a meal somewhere else. But as much as I say, for me, the Amex Platinum is not a card for me, which is why I have the Venture X. It is a very powerful card for the right person.
Agree.
I agree.
Yeah, it's not for me either.
Couldn't have said it more, CJ.
I'll
But you know
put
what?
back just a little bit on that. It's just a
Go
little
ahead.
bit on that. I agree with everything you just said for the business traveler. And I saw Chad in the comments talk about the insurances and whatnot. But when we're talking, first off, the Amex Platinum, you have to use it directly to the airline or through Amex Travel if you're going to book the hotel. So like you're already limiting yourself that way. And on top of that, yes, in terms of going to in from the airport, you can say it's more of a business traveler card. But I guess I was thinking about it more in the sense of a person who wants to travel, not travel for work, but just travel in terms of like, hey, I'm going to a different place and I want to, explore the area. If that makes any sense. But I hear what you're saying in terms of like business travelers are using it for work. But in terms of like I personally think of travel, I don't think they're thinking about, oh, I'm doing it for work. It was my thing.
Right. And I can't think of,
JP,
well, I don't know
JP
because I'm not a
looking
part
for
of that.
travel lean card versus a travel card. The only time I ever carry the platinum is when I travel. You know what I mean? Like, I don't carry my platinum around with me on
What
a
do you
regular
use
basis.
it for though, Sledge? Besides the lounges, what are you using the platinum for when you travel?
I do. If I'm not using points to book flights, I book flights with the platinum card. Right? I'm not gonna book hotels on the strength that I have so many hotel cards. But there are people, we gotta look and we gotta see it for what it is. Most people don't have the cards we have. Most people have 1-2 cards and that's it. So, you know what I'm saying? When they travel, if they had a platinum card, that's their travel card.
Yeah.
If they had a green card, now I agree with you 1,000%. For most people, the green card is the best travel card for the Amex have. For most people, even most people that probably have the platinum card, the green card is probably the best travel card. But I can't say the platinum's not a travel card. You know what I'm saying? I gotta give it up. Fine hotels and resorts. That's my favorite amenity of any credit card. Period.
I think I got my title.
That platinum card to get in there. You know what I'm saying?
And another benefit that's slept on with the platinum card for travel. Let's say you're not getting on the airplane. They have the President's Club with Hertz. So you get an upgrade with Hertz. You get that top tier President's Club. So
Is
let's
it
say
still
you're not
President?
flying, you get you a rental, so.
See, JP, I don't think the platinum card was ever made for the points and miles enthusiasts. It was made for ballers. You disagree, CJ?
No, I agree. It definitely was not made for any of us in this game.
If you
It really
got that
wasn't.
card, you're trying to get some free flights, you go. But most people that qualify for, not everybody, but back in the day, most people that qualified for the platinum card were up there in financial status. I'm not saying rich, but up there in financial status. You look at the black card, the Centurion card. They have the same benefit, the same mirror thing. And I can guarantee you, people that got the black card ain't running around talking about, I think I got 30,000 points, baby. We get 15,000. I don't think they do it.
They have that.
Yeah, they probably flying on a private jet. So it's just to have.
So true.
Like, it took me a long time to get mine, man. I used to dream about them. I mean, seriously. And you know how they trick you? They send that thing in the mail. You've been pre-selected, not pre-approved, but you've been pre-selected. I just looked at it one day and I put it up on my little table in the front. And I stared at it every day I walked in the house. That's why I won't get rid of mine. It took me too long to get it.
Rob, there is a difference. Everybody with that, a lot of people with the platinum card, they are looking at those points, and they are like, you don't see it with the black card, but you do see it with the platinum card. You know, they're checking to see how many points they have, and they want to make sure that they rack up those points. So there is a difference. When you have the black, it's different. Those people
are really my channel, so I can educate them, because
yeah,
you don't rack it up on that card. You might want to get a gold or everyday preferred. Listen,
for the black card, what's the annual fee? 10,000 per year or some crap like that?
$5,000 initiation or something like that.
If they can drop that much money per year just to hold a card, they should not be looking at their points at all. But in regards to the platinum card, what I think happened here in the community is the very smart and wise individuals in our community, no shade, I'm serious, we took that card and hijacked that card and really played it to everybody, because you can get so many points with the platinum card when you sign up for it. And when you were able to get all three and get 3 different sign-up bonuses, we hijacked the card, and American Express was like, haha, no more.
Yeah. CJ, I know you're a fan of gold. I always say I think you could earn points way quicker with the gold card than you can the platinum when it comes to points. Because that food and groceries, everybody do that. So you pick up the points quick with the gold.
Very true. And the interesting part with the gold, and this is what I think, just the general population, right? Most people have 2 or 3 cards. So for the people with the general population, not us, with their Amex Platinum, that is their go-to card for like just about everything, even though they're getting 1X on basically everything. Yeah. I mean, it sucks, but that's what they're doing.
Yep. 100%. No, yeah. I've seen it. I've seen people using that card and they don't even realize like all the points. They just, like I said, they just want to flex the card and they don't even realize everything else that they're losing. And now they're paying $695 a year and they're really not getting the value for the card. But, you know.
Speaking of that, I want to give us a side story. Like I had a friend recently who they got the Delta Reserve. The person told them to upgrade to Delta Reserve. And like this is like something I think like I'm actually making another video on this. I think this should be said because the person told them that they can get a companion pass to Europe. They literally thought they could get a companion pass to Europe. So I'm like, people out here spreading the wrong information and making people like pay hefty annual. They're literally talking about like how much better the reserve. I'm like, bro, you ain't getting that. You is not getting it. You go back down to the platinum, Delta Platinum.
That's crazy.
Well, now that you say about the companion pass, when I started my journey, the Southwest card, the Chase Southwest, of course, I wanted the companion pass, right? So you have to put a lot of spending on there. And I put it was a large transaction of $15,000. When I got that back and I saw the interest that I had to pay, I was like, it's not worth the companion pass, to fly in Southwest. So that's why we're out here kind of educating people, because you don't know what you don't know, and that's how you end up in big trouble.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Yep. So towards the cards, a lot of people were saying too that they saw the everyday prefer, that they saw already, like they were trying to do like a rephase. Some people said that it can just be like a AI imitation, like putting it in AI, that it's not really coming out again or anything like that. The only one they don't think that was coming out again was the magnet card, but they think the other two are coming out. What do you think, CJ? You're the one that has the connections here.
Ooh, I haven't, and I need to check, but I haven't heard of anything new yet from American Express. What I did, what I found interesting, I almost didn't believe it when everyone started talking about the new design of the everyday card. That was like I when I first saw the graphic, I'm like, there's no way they came out with a new design for the everyday card if this card is going away. So I texted my friend like right away, like, is this true? And I sent a screenshot of I think it was RJ's video. I'm like, is this true? Did they really do this? He's like, yeah. I'm like, isn't it going away though? He's like, yeah, it is, but they still changed it. So that like just to throw everybody or catch everybody off guard, you change the card, make it another design, which I think this design is pretty cool, and then you take it off the market.
Yeah,
They ain't taking off the market. I don't get it.
yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one part that doesn't make sense to me. But the more I think about it, and CJ, you can probably tell me if you think this is crazy, but like I'm thinking about it in terms of the changes to the City Premier. They changed the name to Strata, basically kept everything the same, but it's a different card. So do you think it might be similar in that respect, where like they basically keep the card the same, they call it something different, and it just takes the place of the everyday card?
Potentially, I don't know. I don't think so, but they can do it. It depends. I think American Express just wants to be a little bit more upmarket. That's what it seems. And maybe, and now I'll have to ask my friend, maybe when they decided to cut these cards, they couldn't see themselves like really justifying an annual fee increase on these cards because you have the other cards that they're really focusing on. Yeah, I really need to ask him and make a video since this is such an interesting topic. But I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, they were also saying that the other card that they had done, like they had changed the colors. I think it was the lighter shade. Was it the green card? The one that they just did not too long ago?
I
Yeah.
think it was the gold one. Though, right?
Those are
Okay.
good. So they were saying that, that they had changed it, but they didn't, I guess they didn't get the results maybe they thought they were going to get. So, I mean, I don't know if it's going to make a big deal of them, changing them, refreshing it or not. But that's something that we're saying that they thought they were going to get different expectations. And I guess the expectations were not what they were thinking when they did the refresh on the gold card. So I think the lighter one. So I guess we gotta wait and see.
That lighter one, coming out with the white gold version. Looking at the information I got, it was what I read that their whole idea was to use that to drum up excitement for it. It was always planned to be a limited run card. I think you have a few months left to get it. But I'm not sure people really care. It's just another color at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I like the way it is.
I'm gonna miss the everyday preferred card, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss the everyday preferred card. The reason I'm gonna miss it is because my very first card with American Express was the everyday, and then I upgrade to the everyday preferred at the end of the year, get the 15,000 points, and then I downgrade back to the no annual fee one, and I've been doing it since that card existed. But now they just
So
took
you're the
away
reason
from
they got
me,
rid of it.
so I can't get those 15,000 points.
But
That's
so
not
mad
what
shake-
it's clear, right?
I might just cancel the freaking everyday card because I'm not really going to use it.
Yeah, that's back when it was clear. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
That. I wonder why they took away the clear. That was a unique card,
It was
man.
unique,
I
right?
still have mine, JP. I'm not getting rid of
Didn't
mine.
you like the clear, JP?
Yeah, like I did this like a year ago. I was like, that is an ugly color. And they had a Canadian version that was much better, and I was like, okay, they need to go with somewhat which they actually ended up doing. But yeah, I did not like that clear one, man. I mean, it's still plastic, but it just felt so cheap looking at the clear, at least to me.
I still got mine, man.
But I do wonder though, like even though because you can downgrade to like the Marriott card with Amex, so like I'm wondering if you have the card already, if you can still up and downgrade, maybe not get the points, but I'm wondering if you can still do that. That might be a way around not having the everyday preferred or having it.
Right. That would be nice. Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't know.
hopefully they come up with something. I mean,
They
a lot of
come up with
people,
something.
yeah, a lot of people were saying they think they're going to bring it back, the everyday prefer. They are going to do, they're going to refresh it and they're going to bring it back because a lot of people were disappointed when they heard that this is one of the cards that we're going to lose.
Yeah, they need a $95 annual fee transferable points card. They need it. I mean, you got the Sapphire Preferred with Chase. You need it.
Yeah.
You need it because right now the fallback is going to be what, the green card at 150.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So I think they need it. I think they'll bring it back. But I think if they're smart, I would probably do 2.5 points. I wouldn't do 3 times. I would do 3 times the points at grocery. I would keep the $95 annual fee, but I would kill that 30 transactions and bonus. I don't want to see them do that because I take advantage of it. But that if I was COO of the company, that's what I would do.
I
Yeah.
we're talking getting rid of the 30 transactions though, because like that I think that helps keep the annual fee lower by getting those transaction fees.
Yeah.
Well,
You know what though? My biggest problem with it is now you don't have a no annual fee card that earns membership reward points.
Except
You know what I'm saying? Like that's my biggest problem with it. Like there's
Except
no
for Blue
annual
Business
fee card unless you're talking about the Blue Business Plus. But everybody's
people
not
don't
going to
feel
get a
comfortable.
business card. That's the thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Like everybody's not into getting business cards. On a personal side, if you wipe that card and completely keep it out, then you have no card, no annual fee card. And yeah, where do you go? You go to the green card, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like you end up paying $150 annual fee. If they up that annual fee,
It's not a
Yeah.
bad card to have though. It's not a bad card to have right there.
no, it's not. But everybody ain't trying to pay the annual fees.
Yeah,
Right.
that's true.
So they were saying a lot of people use the Blue Business Cash. They use it even for the personal side, which they shouldn't.
Yeah.
And if they do bring this card back, that's going to keep it where you can use the business for the business and the personal for the personal. But especially the American Express cards, these cards you cannot use them everywhere. There is a lot of merchants that don't take it. They don't want to pay that fee.
I've never run into that. I maybe overseas, I know it was like that, but I've never run into that.
I just ran into it this week, or was it last week? Last
Me
week.
too.
I wasn't trying to use the card anyway, but they had all the cards that they accept, and I just happened to glance at the sticker while I was at the doctor's office, and I handed them my health card to pay. And I look, I'm like, oh, no Amex, huh? And I got a doctor's office. Y'all charge enough money, so y'all should be able to accept an Amex card and pay those transaction fees. But
But you know what, CJ, I take that back because in Texas you cannot pay your utilities with American Express. You can pay your electric bill if you call, but you can't pay your gas bill nor your water bill or your electric bill online. You can't pay the gas from period.
Yeah.
So I take that back. Yeah, I run into it every month.
Yeah, you can't pay your insurance either. Like with Progressive, they don't let you use American Express.
really,
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Geico do.
Yeah, they just do Visa.
Yeah, I got Geico.
yeah, get on that Geico, man.
I want to highlight something from YouTube Experiment. They talked about this is actually pretty useful actually. The debit card, the Amex debit card, you can use that for the MR points. So that's that's a pretty
That's true.
other way.
That's a hidden secret, JP. I have the personal checking, the business checking, and the personal savings, and I sparingly use them. And it wasn't hard at all to get the business. It wasn't hard to get any of them. Really, no minimum deposit, no monthly fees, and I can earn 1 point. I mean, it's just like using the platinum in reality, And I've made my business checking my primary business account for the Points Blank Network. So.
Right, you should make the debit card your travel card.
What am I going to get into the bathroom? Hey, I'm going to the lounge.
Hey, look, I had the Amex. Rob might know about this. I had the Amex business checking when the sign-up bonus was $500 if you put $5,000 in there and kept it in there for 90 days. Yeah, now they give you what 30,000 MR points or something like that.
Yeah.
They give
I don't
you
know. I only put
$500.
$20 in there. They didn't qualify for nothing.
They used to give you $500 to get that card.
Yeah, man. But
Can you move once you have those points? Can you move those points? Like if you have the broker fee, the Charles Schwab, can you move the points? Isn't
You
that
can't
like,
if you have the platinum Charles Schwab platinum card, you can transfer over to the brokerage account.
to a brokerage account? Yeah.
you get 1.1 cent per point. I think they were talking about taking it down to 1 cent per point. So
Jesus.
yeah, it used to be when I got
about
mine, it was 1.25, and they just keep shaving it back. So
if it go to 1 cent, there's no sense of having it.
well, with the regular cards, you only get 0.6 cents.
Oh, that's true.
So you
that's
still
true.
get doing a little better, but it was like doubling what the regular cards would give you with the Charles Schwab. Because I got rid of my regular plan. I have the Charles Schwab plan.
Yeah, me too.
For that reason.
Yeah, I think what happens is a lot of people in the past didn't understand anything about points or anything like that. Now more people understand how the points work and all that. And I think a lot of the companies and the credit card institutions, that's why they're cutting down on the points, because they're having to pay out all this money. Remember, 5 years, even 5 years ago, 10 years ago, a lot of people didn't even know those points existed. So now everybody's talking about the points, use the points for travel, use the points for this, use the points for that. So I think that, the credit cards, they are losing money when it comes to giving all those points.
I sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I want to agree with that, but I recently looked at that study talking about who actually pays for your credit card rewards and whatnot, and what I saw was that it seems like on average most people don't really get much value out of the points. It's mainly people like on the higher credit scores maybe get some value out of the cash back, but in terms of actual the airplane rewards or the hotel rewards, they're actually losing compared to on average. It's not like individual.
Right.
On average, they're losing compared to what they're spending on the cards. So I would love to see some data on how many people are actually redeeming now versus redeeming before.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's actually this community or the growing numbers of people, or it just might be a tightening of just monetary policy just in general, and having to tighten up on what you give out so much, that you might have to tighten up a little bit in that respect. But yeah, I would love to see if they had some information on that.
It could be. I'm sure they're making much more money, but like everything else is getting harder and harder, and tighter lately. So it could be that as well. It's not that they're losing money. It's just that they don't want to pay out that much or give out that much.
I think a lot of people are hoarding points because it's like a competition to have the most points or something.
Well, I'm definitely hoarding my points. However,
I mean,
don't hoard your points.
Yeah,
Spend
you
them.
don't hold the points because they devalue them every semi-annually or annually anyway.
Right.
Crazy.
Spend
I
those
use
points,
mine.
man.
I use mine all the time, so I don't save anything.
I was guilty of that when I first got into credit cards, just seeing them stack up. But then I was like, nah, I got to start using these.
Yeah. Like in my next video, I'm sharing.
I used to do it too, JP. I used to do it because I thought it was like a bank account. Oh man, I got 400,000. That makes and then but wasn't going anywhere. What's the point of talking about it if I'm not experiencing anything? So
right. All right, I gotta ask, how many points you hoarding, CJ?
All together, and I share it in my next video whenever I record the next video, over 1 million across all of my.
Gosh.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds bigger than what it is. We're really over 1 million all together across Capital One, Chase, American Express, Hilton, Bilt. I have points. And I'm like, and they, in my video, I'm like, people brag about being a point millionaire, but they lose value so quickly. there's no
Yeah,
point in
yeah.
bragging about it. For
Me-
example, I when I went to my favorite hotel, and I always talk about Baha Mar over the new year. I think I spent 3 nights. Yeah, I spent 3 nights there this time, and thinking about doing it again for the next year. They have a minimum of 4 nights that you have to stay. 4 nights. If you're using points, a minimum of 4 nights. And I'm like, holy crap. To stay at that hotel, yeah, it's free when you're using points, but the food there is so expensive. So expensive. And everything is far away from the hotel. Well, you need a taxi or whatever to take you to get food. So by the time you take a taxi cab, go to a restaurant, get food, take a taxi cab back, you may as well just spend the money at the hotel. So every day for like two people, it's very easy to spend $200, $200 to $300 per day on food. So if they require you to spend a minimum of 4 nights, you're going to spend like $1,200 just to stay at that hotel for free over the holidays, and that's something they do with the points game. Pay cash, yeah, you can come and spend $1,200 per night cash, but it is what it is.
That is a
What
beautiful.
about you, JP?
Sorry, what was the? I got kind of lost. What was
How
happening?
many points you hoarding?
Oh, not that many. Actually, just used some recently, so I think all together, maybe like 200,000.
Oh,
Nail?
It's not a million.
that's
No,
what
ain't
I
a million.
Nowhere near. I got down to 236. I've been chopping them down. So.
Jeez.
Let
Don't
me
do it bad
see
over
what
here.
Rock out since he said he ain't hoarding no more.
Huh?
Ron, how many points you hoarding?
Somewhere between 250 and 300,000. I lost my mind in 2023. I did a lot of traveling, and then I got the first class bug, and I flew first class from Dallas to Little Rock, which was one. But I mean, it was like 45 minutes by the time I got in the air, and they gave me one of them little hot towels. I was back on the ground. But like, come on, y'all. But I just, and at times when I hear like the CJ say he got 1,000,000 points and over 1,000,000, and I hear Joe Barretto say he got like 200 trillion points or something like that. Yeah, you kind of want them, but I mean, what's
I
not?
use them.
Yeah.
I'm curious how many Chad got, because Chad stay gone.
Chad just said, wow, you guys have a lot.
You know, Chad got like 3 million points over there.
He
Wow.
just
Probably
said,
has
Yeah,
like-
Chad earn all them work points, man. He just keeps stacking them.
But Chad spends a lot too. He
Oh, for
he
sure.
uses them.
For sure. Yeah, Chad using that, but that's the right way. You get them, you use
How
them.
many do you have,
Look.
Chad? Tell us.
What
Well,
about you, Jackie?
I only have like 75,000. Now talking about the airlines and all that. When I'm gonna book and I see the difference between coach and first class, I'm like, forget it. I'm not giving my points away. I'm going coach. But yeah, I get mine. I give my kids. I book my kids, airline tickets, and I'm going to Mexico, and I use some points as well. But yeah, as soon as I get them, I'm always like seeing where I'm going to travel and use them. That's what they're there for.
For sure. You know what? I use mine, but I think right now I have so many different ecosystems that is crazy. And a lot of the cars that I got recent, I think I haven't used any of my American Express cars points in a minute. So between American Express and Hilton, I had like 600K just between those two. So I think like right now I probably have somewhere around like 800K between all the ecosystems. And I'm working on 2 sign-up bonuses. No, I'm working on 3 sign-up bonuses right now. So I'll have some more pretty soon too.
Nice.
And what I realized too, like when I'm going to book with the Hilton, even if you transfer out or stuff like that, if you try to book a hotel here in the United States, I mean, you got to pay so much with the points. And then if you look, I haven't gone to Asia, but I was looking. And if you look in Asia, you can get like one night on a Hyatt for like 10,000 points. So it's such a big difference. Like when you're using the points here is like he was saying, CJ was saying that, to stay at the hotel, you have to stay at least 4 nights. It's the same thing with the points. If you travel outside of the country, you're probably going to stay in a really nice hotel and maybe, spend 10,000 points a night versus here in the United States, 40, 50, 80, because I have as well the Marriott card. And some of those higher tiers is like 80 or 90,000 points a night.
Right.
So,
I mean, when it comes to that for me though, like I try to do like the equation, like, okay, yeah, I'm paying 40 or 50 here sometimes, but like I'm also got to pay to get there. So how am I going to get there? That's going to be a certain number of points. So like that has to be factored into the equation overall.
Gotcha.
right.
Yeah, I'm looking to stay, and I was supposed to do it last month, and I ended up changing my mind. But I want to do the Conrad up in Orlando. Sled is pretty close to it. It's new, and they were like 90,000 points per night because it's new for a standard room with just a nature. They call it a nature view, right? But then they have that very large like lake-like pool. They call it a lagoon. It's really nice and pretty, and I think they want almost double the amount of points just of a regular room with that view. Like, are you kidding me?
CJ, you have to check those. You gotta check those rooms like almost daily. You know what I'm saying? Because they go up and down on those rooms. All those rooms right there in Orlando, where kind of like the luxury hotels are. Just check them all the time, man. You might even see them for like a ridiculous amount. Like they'll take the points off and say that the room is $10,000 per night. Like no lie, and then you'll check again, and it'll be 50,000 points. So you just gotta keep checking them.
Gotcha. How's the Waldorf there, by the way? Not to sideways this
the Waldorf. Okay, I'm gonna just put it like this. I stayed at the Waldorf. And I stayed with my wife and my kids. I stayed at the Waldorf over there and the Ritz-Carlton, and my kids and my wife, they forgot about the Waldorf. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it was cool. It was cool, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. The Ritz-Carlton was way better. If you go stay at a more luxury hotel over there and it's not the Conrad, stay at the Ritz-Carlton.
Gotcha. Okay.
Much better experience. Much better hotel.
Hey, CJ, you're a low-key baller, huh? You over here, how's the Waldorf? I'm over here trying to figure out how's the Renaissance. You know?
Well, what had happened was I learned about the points game, and I got the bug when I stayed in the Waldorf in DC. I was like, oh, this is what this stuff can do for me.
That's like
this
the
is
castle
nice,
one, right? That's the one that's like a castle?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I felt like royalty.
I've never stayed there. I just saw pictures. I ran into it one day. I ain't never stayed there.
It was nice. Ever since they stayed there and they came back, I started telling my coworkers, my family, I'm family to the British royal family in England. I showed them the room that I stayed in this castle in DC.
I've been trying to stay at the Waldorf since coming to America. I ain't made it there yet.
Gotta do it, man. Gotta do it.
Still, like that one here now is still under renovation. I want to stay there. It's still under renovation in New York.
Which one? I'm sorry.
The Waldorf in New York, the one that was in Coming to America, is still. They have it. It's been renovated since like 2017.
God, I love that movie. That was back in the 80s.
Yep. How long I've been trying to stay there, Jackie? I'm gonna get there one day though.
I feel you.
I'm sure with all those points, of course you are.
No, if I gotta sleep in the lobby, I'm gonna stay there.
That's funny.
So anyway, where are you guys? All of you guys from? I'm from Miami, Florida.
What?
Yep.
We're close.
Where are you? Where are you at?
I'm in Boynton Beach.
I was just there like 4 weeks ago. I stayed in Delray Beach, and I love that area. The Boynton Beach. We got like the little water taxi right there. There was a couple of restaurants right there on the water. I loved it. No traffic.
Exactly. It's like low key. I like it. Miami is super busy, so I hardly go to Miami. I hate going down to Miami.
I agree. And you guys, where is
I'm from Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo, New York?
Yeah, Buffalo, New York, the cold.
Man.
Yeah, because you're right up there. Yeah. I'll pass on the cold. Where's Rod from?
I'm from Dallas Fort Worth, actually Arlington to be exact,
Oh, okay. Cool.
Texas.
Yeah, my family. I still have family in Fort Worth. And
Really?
PJ, you're in New York?
Yeah, I'm in New York. I'm originally from Northern California, but I'm in from Sacramento originally, but I'm living in New York right now.
Oh, I was born in California in San Pedro.
San Pedro.
Well, I used to live over there.
Oh yes, that's
Harbor City. I used to live in Harbor City.
Yeah. But I got the Miami accent.
only part of Florida I've ever been to was Tampa. I haven't been to any other part of Florida yet.
Really?
Tampa isn't a bad place, though. I was just there last month.
Yeah, I haven't been to Tampa. I gotta check out Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Y'all gotta check out Tampa, man. Come see your boy, man.
All right.
Come see your boy. I'm like 30 minutes from Tampa.
Hey, how far
Unfortunately,
is Tampa
Sledge was
from
in there when I
Miami?
went there. Y'all were at the creator meetup, and I was in Tampa.
Oh, that's where you was at.
Yeah.
Hey, Sledge, how far is Tampa from Miami?
Like 4.5 hours?
Yeah. Well, from where I'm at, yeah, like where I'm at. But if you like inner city Tampa is like 3 hours. 3.5 hours. For me, it's like 4, a little bit over 4.
Well, I live in South Florida, so I live from my house to the beginning of the Keys, like the entrance where the stretch is like half an hour. So I live in South Florida.
Oh yeah, you live far.
Yeah, you live far south.
Yep.
And Miami traffic too much for me.
Yeah, for me too.
It's special type of people, man. You got to drive aggressive in Miami.
Jackie Chad said you only an hour and a half from him.
Where is he from? Where's Chad from?
I think Port St. Lucie or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's
like
Port St. Lucie.
Port St. Lucie, yeah. Yeah, like an hour and a half. Yeah.
Yeah, Chad's pretty close to me, and we still have yet to meet up and do a live together or something, and he's the closest. That's what happens when you're close to people. Don't take advantage of it. Take it for granted.
Yeah.
I love
one of y'all will move away.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on. Filmo say Bill's Mafia. Who Filmo talking to? Bill's Mafia.
Okay, I see it. Oh, he talking about me. He gotta be talking.
Wasn't looking that good last weekend, man.
Yeah.
Say about
Horrible. Horrible.
Mm-mm.
I was reading here that somebody said Doctor of Credit, American Express has removed the $100 Lounge Buddy credit on the American Express green card.
Yeah, that was coming for a minute now. Like they changed up the Lounge Buddy. I don't even you can even go on like the actual app anymore. Maybe the landing page on the browser, but you can't go on the app anymore. And like they also like removed it from the landing page. So I think like this was like a long time coming to begin with. I think I was talking to Sledge about this a few weeks ago. I think they're going to probably change around the type of like credit you get to it. I personally think, and I'm gonna say this here now, I think it'll be best for them to like make. I think they want to like raise their own products, so maybe like add a credit to like escape lounges or something like that. Not the Centurion, but something else that like people can be able to use personally. But yeah, getting rid of the Lounge Buddy, I think was like a long time coming.
I never used Lounge Buddy. Like I never even like it's two credits that I never think about. I never thought about the Lounge Buddy credit, and I never think about the hotel collection credit on the go when I had the gold card, or even on the platinum. I never think about the hotel collection. It's like stay there 2 nights and get $100 off a $500 a night hotel. It's not attractive credit to me, man.
I think the hotel collection is trash. But the Lounge Buddy, I used it each time I had it. Like that, like it literally. One of the lounges I like here in New York, the Virgin Lounge at JFK. I use the Lounge Buddy credit for that, and it was like a great, easy to use lounge. I personally like the credit, but it's the problem was it's so limited the number of lounges you can actually use it at. That was the main problem with it.
Yeah.
I've never been in a airport lounge.
Man, you gotta check it out, CJ.
CJ, is that you?
You gotta check
Yeah,
it
that's
out.
me. I've never been in an airport lounge.
Wait.
Oh,
You-
believe you, dog.
Nah.
Listen, even when I kept saying I went to DC, right? When I searched my flights, I literally was I thought about it, going to the airport with the Capital One Lounge since I have the Venture X. And I actually stayed at the hotel right next to that airport for one night. But since I had to connect to Atlanta, I decided, nah, I'm not going to do that. So I took JetBlue and it took me to another airport, the Reagan International Airport. So my only chance to get into the Capital One Lounge so far, I said, I want convenience. It didn't care about the lounge.
Speaking on that one, CJ, since you brought up JetBlue, like, what are you guys' thoughts on JetBlue, like having a potential premium card and adding in lounges, at least at JFK right now?
I like JetBlue.
Think anything.
I can say
I've
that.
never been to JFK. I fly into LaGuardia, so.
I think for most people, it's one lounge. You know what I'm saying? Like most people is not.
You gotta start somewhere, Sledge. You gotta start somewhere.
I mean that's true. Capital One started somewhere 4 years ago. They still got 3 lounges.
Hey! Don't disrespect Capital One like that, man. Come on.
Hey, I was in Rod's backyard at DFW, and I had the one chance to use that Capital One lounge. I got over there, and they was like, "It's a wait." The boy not waiting to get into a lounge. Like I'm not waiting to get into a lounge.
Right.
Guess what? Also, I have the American Express Platinum card. Took myself right over there to the Centurion Lounge and called it a day. I wanted to go into the Capital One Lounge because I've never been in one, but I'm not waiting.
Aren't they saying those Centurion lounges are being overcrowded as well? I'm just saying.
Yeah,
but
they
listen,
are.
Man,
listen to this. Listen, CJ. I got in the Centurion Lounge. I couldn't get in the Capital One Lounge. Same airport.
I have yet to see a crowded lounge. I want to see where all these crowded lounges are at. Because like
Yeah,
I have yet
You
to
gotta
see
visit Atlanta.
That
Yeah.
was about to
Hey,
say.
On a beacon.
You know what?
That's ridiculous.
Nell is right. If you go to Atlanta, you probably will see like crowded Delta Sky Club. I mean, it's the busiest airport in the world.
Yep.
But it's like 1,000 Sky Clubs in there. You know, you just go to the 2 doors down, really. Like literally 2 doors down.
Yeah, when I went to Atlanta, I didn't have no issues in the Delta Sky Club. It was, hey, you know what? You want to hear a dumb fact, not a fun fact, Sledge. Oh, a dumb fact. I've never been to the Centurion Lounge in Dallas.
Oh yeah, I went.
American in the Centurion Lounge is in the Delta terminal.
Yeah.
But I got them this Friday because I'm flying Delta, and I'm getting in there some kind of way.
Yeah, go check it out.
That's the
Ironically,
Hey,
when I went to Dallas, the Centurion Lounge was crowded.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be crowded.
Yeah.
What have you ever been to the Priority Pass Lounge in Dallas?
Nope, I don't even know what my priority passes are.
Wait.
Bro,
I think
it
I
is
have.
the
It's
smallest
small, right?
lounge.
Yeah, it's small. I've been there.
Bro, it's so small.
It's small.
Like literally, when you take 3 steps, you at the bar, you at the seating, and then there's more seating on the side. There's probably 12 seats over there.
Yeah,
It is so small, bro.
super small.
Man, I'm cool on that one.
What is it called? It's called like the exclusive. It's something. Because I actually got a video of it on my
I think
channel.
it's one of them the clubs or whatever.
Yeah, it's a club. Yep.
Yeah, the club, and you can stand outside. But who want to stand outside over there?
And
You
they
know,
offer,
like, this
they offer
crazy.
you like a sandwich or something.
Yeah,
A sandwich.
like it's so, bro. I've never been in a lounge that small. Luckily, like when we went over there, I was trying to figure out what a Centurion Lounge was, so I sat down in there. It was literally like 3 seats, and then 1 person, and then us.
Yep.
That's all the seats that was there.
Yep. Tiny.
That's funny. I guess I'll visit an airport lounge one day. I always say I just get to the airport late.
2025.
Yeah, maybe 2020. Maybe I'll apply for the Amex Platinum and keep it for 1 year just to visit the Centurion Lounge and have that experience.
literally, my wife was she was she just got the platinum card because they gave her like an upgrade offer of like 175,000 points or something like that. And she was like, "Oh, I got my platinum card. I'm about to go, go to the Delta Sky Club or the Centurion Lounge in Terminal 4 at JFK." And she was so happy. She's like, "I'm about to go to this lounge. It's be great." And literally, she gets in there. She goes through security at Terminal 4 in JFK, gets all the way to where she thinks her gate's supposed to be at, and they tell her, "You're flying an Air France flight in Terminal 1." Not only does it not have a Centurion Lounge there, she couldn't even get into the Air France Lounge.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm about to get ready to head out.
I'm strategic.
So I'll see you all later. I appreciate you all.
Thank you for being
Peace,
on the live.
No doubt.
Yeah, I'm more strategic with mine, man. I go to the lounges where, I go to the airport where I know it's gonna be a lounge. You know what I'm saying? So if I say, well, I won't say I know it's gonna be a lounge. If I don't have the time, I don't have to wait. I'm not waiting. You know what I mean? Like if I don't have to wait, I'm not waiting. But if I go to an airport, more than likely I'm either flying Delta, or I'm flying American, or I'm going somewhere where American Express has a Centurion or Priority Pass lounge.
A lot of people love to, fly and be in the lounges. And there's a lot of people that have the cards and don't even go to the lounges. We just saw CJ. So, and somebody in the chat said that they didn't go to the lounges either. So, it all depends, To be honest, when I'm in the airport, like I'm such in a hurry that I could visit a lounge, but I'm not going to sit there and just be there for a long time. I want to get there and get on my flight and get going to wherever I'm going.
Man, this gets back to what I was talking about at the beginning in terms of the platinum card, bro. Like, I'm gonna die on this hill, man. I don't think that many people's using it. Even if people are working, like you trying to get in there, get out. You got a business thing going on. I don't know. Let me stop.
But if you got a layover, it is what it is. you just in there. You know what I'm saying? You got a layover.
At that
you
point,
just in there.
Yep.
That's the thing.
That's what I need to be able to use the lounge, the layover, because I don't get to the airport early. When I get to the airport, I'm like trying to make it through TSA pre-check, and my flight just started boarding. I'm like, holy crap, am I going to make it? I do this every time.
Miss your flight on purpose, CJ.
I've never missed my flight.
You can go and get out of the lounge.
The closest I've ever cut it going to an airport, I got to the airport 21 minutes before the plane boarded. And I got in there.
That's good.
Went through TSA pre. They put you to the front of TSA pre-check. I was literally at the gate. I was at my gate before they started boarding. And I was waiting I'm looking at my watch, waiting for this Uber to get here. Like, oh my God.
That's stressful.
Yeah,
it's stressful.
Very stressful. And the airlines have gotten very strict with that because before you would get there late and they would hop you on. But now, when they say it's closed, it's closed.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. It doesn't matter if it's 20 minutes, half an hour prior. If it's closed, it's closed. And I think all that happened after 9/11, where they just became very strict.
Yeah. So. Man, we missed a plane to JFK. No, to LaGuardia. We missed a plane to LaGuardia, but they had a flight going to Newark. So we had to fly to Newark, go from Newark to LaGuardia, because that's where our bags were.
Oh.
Because we was in the airport. We was in the airport. We just missed the plane. BS in the airport. Had to go to Newark, get our thing. But man, I'm just happy that the lady was able to get us there, though. You know what I'm saying? And that they had airports that close. Not that they were that close, but close enough for us to get there, though. That was a long day of travel.
Hey, y'all, excuse me one sec.
Have y'all ever missed a flight before?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Christmas Eve.
Christmas
Eve. About that, JP.
Man, I was flying to Memphis. I was flying to Memphis from New York, and my flight was out of Newark. Speaking of that, It was out of Newark, and the air train broke down going from the what's called the train terminal to the actual airport. It broke down for like an hour. So like, it wasn't just me. Like, so many people missed their flight. Like, literally Christmas Eve. I think one person was like flying to Paris. She was like right next to me flying to Paris trying to get another flight. There wasn't a flight until after Christmas. So like, yeah, man. Like, I don't trust Newark no more, bro. I don't. When you said Newark, I don't go United, nothing. I never go there, never touch it.
That's a bummer.
And we didn't have no choice. Like, we didn't have no choice, man.
I feel it.
But I personally have missed. Man, you don't want to fly with me. I've missed 3 flights and I almost missed 4. Like, I almost missed 4. The only reason I didn't miss the 4th flight was because some random person just came and woke me up, bro. I'm sitting there. I'm literally. I was in the lounge, right? I'm in the lounge. My job booked this flight. I had this dumb long layover, so I'm at the bar. I'm in the you know what I'm saying, going to the places, looking at the magazines. I'm just wasting time. I get to the place where it's time. You know, when it's time to board, I sit down. I must have just went to sleep right then, like literally, like right then. The lady woke me up, and literally. It was the 2 stewardess there at the podium. They didn't say one word to me. Like, they didn't say one word. They didn't come over there to see if it was my flight or nothing. If that one lady didn't wake me up, I'd have missed that plane. And I ended up leaving my souvenirs because I just got up and got on the plane. Didn't even think about it. Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah,
some
I missed
tough love
3 planes,
them
bro.
ladies gave you.
Man, that lady saved me, bro. Just yeah, she did. That lady saved me.
Yeah, that's frustrating when you miss a flight or when it gets canceled. That's another one. Then you're going crazy. You're trying to go on a vacation and they can't find you another flight, and that's just it's a hassle. It's a real hassle.
No, I remember I had a friend who missed a flight. It wasn't myself. I had a friend who missed a flight, and it was funny because he missed a flight because he somebody else booked it for him, and he thought he was flying through bring up Newark again. He thought he was flying through Newark, but the actual flight was through JFK.
Ooh.
God, dog.
I don't know how he got all the way there and didn't realize it, but yeah, he missed that flight obviously.
Yikes! Thankfully, I've never done that. So, oof. I never missed a flight, never missed a cruise. I get there late, but not that late.
Man.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I got a shameless plug for y'all.
Oh boy.
I don't know.
Lay it on
Is
us.
it gonna be Friday after I do Unfiltered with Matt Welter, or it's gonna be Saturday? I'm not really sure, but I'm gonna have a little celebration for this 5K subscribers, bro. Your boy finally hit 5K.
Congrats.
Hey,
Like,
congrats!
your boy finally hit 5K. So yeah, I'm gonna have a little celebration either Friday night or Saturday. I'm gonna let my subscribers choose when the time is. You know what I'm saying? I'm just putting in my community section and let the subscribers choose. But yeah, man, I mean, I celebrated when I got 100 subscribers. You know what I'm saying? Like, I celebrated when I got 100. So getting 5K, man, is crazy. To me, it's unreal. You know what I'm saying? Because I haven't even been doing this thing for 2 years. So
That's
yeah,
awesome.
I got to do something, man. Like I say, either Friday night or Saturday, something going on.
I think what put it into perspective for me is like, think about giving a lecture to 5,000 people. You know, like that's a wild thing. 100 people. I was like, that's just a crazy thing.
Yeah, for sure, man. Hey, look, I appreciate everybody, bro. Like every single one of them, bro. Like, and it's crazy
100%.
because like last week, it was like I was at like 4,945, and I swear I stayed there for like an entire week, bro. Then yesterday, something just happened. Like something just happened yesterday, and I got like 90 subscribers. So
That's awesome.
yeah.
That's awesome.
It's crazy like that sometimes. You think about like I think we were talking about this before. I had that one video that like skyrocketed for like 5 months. It did nothing, and then like out of nowhere, it's like, you know, are people just now seeing this? What's going on?
Right.
So I feel that.
Man, that's up, man. Like I say, I appreciate everybody, man.
I
Really.
appreciate everyone as well. Even the ones that, comment something sometimes that it's not nice, I still appreciate them.
Right, for
Because they
sure.
went on my
Hey,
channel and they gave me some watch time.
they still get
And
right.
gave me that
They still get you a view.
That's
Watch
right. They
time,
gave me that
add
view.
engagement. Hey,
That's
it
right.
works.
Yeah.
For sure.
What I think works for me that I do realize that brings my subscribers up is the shorts. I get a video and I chop it up with the shorts, and I do see that
Mhm.
does bring a lot of engagement to the channel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I need
works.
to
I
do
don't do
more.
it consistently.
I used to be like the king of shorts. So like I hardly even do them now. I need to step my shorts game up though.
Same
Yeah.
here, Sledge. I need to really step it up.
Uh,
I don't even like
I
doing
never.
pre-recorded videos no more. I just, if it ain't live, it ain't me.
Listen,
I ain't got time to be editing how it come out as how it's coming out. We just gonna roll.
there's a market for it. Everybody can't do the exact same thing. That's the
yeah, for
or
sure.
everyone shouldn't do the exact same thing. So if the market isn't saturated with everyone doing lives and being real, then do your lives and be real. If that's what you're comfortable with, you're going to get your following.
I just
Yeah.
like it because it gives my viewers a chance to ask a question right there on the spot.
Mhm.
Because you may come in and ask me a question, it may take me 48 hours to answer. 24, depending on what I'm doing. It could take 72. I could forget all about you and never answer. Not on purpose, but it happens. But when I'm live, if they're there, I get to answer right then and there. We can have a little fun about it. And then most of the time, I typically may have a story behind something that I've gone through similar to what they're asking. So
You know what's funny? Like you said, everybody is doing something different. When I started on YouTube, I'm like, obviously I was born here, so my English is much better than my Spanish, and it's still not that well. So I said I'm going to start a Spanish channel because there's less competition. And so I started my Spanish channel in January, and I just started this channel in April. And what I realized when I started the English channel, I said there is an audience for me. I thought that there wasn't, but there actually is. And I'm getting, the followers. And actually, my English channel is doing better than my Spanish channel because for me, the translation in Spanish is very difficult. So there's always an audience for everybody, no matter where you're at in what you're talking about. There's always somebody that you're going to know a little bit more than them, and you're going to be able to help them. So that's something that has encouraged me is, and I thought I was going to be having more women follow me just because I'm a woman, and that's not what I've had. And, works for me, but there's always an audience for anybody out there. Definitely.
No, that's
No,
100% true right there.
I'm the king. I'm the king of connections.
Yeah.
I got a Spanish creator, my brother from another mother, Cesar Joel. I'll connect y'all to. I'll connect y'all to.
When Slade invited me
over there,
I was very grateful.
Spanish audience.
Yeah. That's how it is. You never know where you're going to end up, or what platform, who you're going to collaborate with. But definitely, what's funny is I had a Spanish YouTuber invite me to his platform, and it was very challenging because the Spanish they spoke was not really the Spanish that I understood. They used words that I really didn't understand, so it was very difficult. So I feel more comfortable in the English side than in the Spanish side. But I don't want to leave my Spanish audience either because because I'm Hispanic, I know that credit is a big deal for them.
Right.
And just like I was telling Slate, my full-time job is that I work in a dental office that has 22 operatories, and I do financing for them. I do financing for my patients. And when the Hispanics come or the African American, and I offer them 24 months interest free, they never want to take it. They want to pay me cash, the African Americans, because they're scared of credit. So that hurts me because I'm like, they can use 2 years interest free, and they're using their money that they have underneath the bed to pay for this dental work. So on both sides, like, there's a lot of, credit literacy that you can explain to them and show them. And, that's really what motivates me, actually.
You
You
bring
know,
up a good point, Jackie. I know when I first started, not so much now. When I first started, the majority of my audience was Hispanic, and I don't speak Spanish.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a couple words, hermano, and
Wow.
agua, whatever, but I don't know everything else. But and I just froze, so I'm gonna put my avatar so I can change this
Yeah.
back. I had to really earn the trust of my African American followers. I really had to earn their trust. Uh, I felt like the Hispanics knew what I was talking about. They just didn't know everything I was talking about. They knew what I was talking about, but now it seemed to have been a shift. And my thing is, I just want to get it out to everybody, man. Everybody. So.
Hey, we got a question in the chat from Michael Nunez. He said, "What is everybody's YouTube
Origin story.
origin story?"
Who wants
So
to take it first?
Start the
Let
one.
me go first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine gonna be simple, man. I wanted to do it for so long. Like I knew I wanted to get in some type of financing. You know what? The way Jackie broke it down, it was similar to me. The way I wanted to come into this, like it was a particular audience I wanted to cater to. But once I started doing it and got my niche on things, this is where I landed. But my origin story is I always wanted to. I wanted to have a YouTube channel where I showcased things from a personal perspective. Not from speculation, not from rumors, not from any of that. Just straight from my own knowledge and from my personal experiences, whether they was failures or accomplishments. You know what I mean? And to be totally transparent, and I fell into this kind of like finance space and narrowed it down to credit cards because that's what I found myself watching. Like literally, that's what I found myself watching. I found myself watching some of the bigger credit card YouTubers, and from there, I start seeing people like CJ. I start seeing Spencer Johnson, Anthony Venture, and Chad Money Minutes, and some of these guys. And then I'm like, I from that point I started preparing myself to also do it. You know what I'm saying? Like started preparing myself to also do it, and yeah, I just went from there. Like that's pretty much my whole origin story.
I feel it. I guess since I asked you to go first, I can I can go after that. Yeah, mine. I talked about it a little bit, but I realized about maybe 3 years ago now. I just love talking about points. Not even credit, because I just love talking about like how to like redeem points and what you can use points for. And I was literally talking to my wife about this so much that she was like, "I don't want to hear anything else you have to say." And I think I happened to see something change on the Amex business green card, and I was like, I want to talk about this. So I basically just made a video, just like putting it out there, not expecting anything of it, but I enjoyed it so much, the entire process of like, coming up with the idea of making that video, that I just kept doing it. And eventually, kind of like you were saying earlier, Jackie, like, there was people who liked my perspective on it, which was kind of, bizarre to me. I didn't really think, like that people would even watch it to begin with. But yeah, like that kind of like was like where it got the ball rolling. And I didn't really like fall into this space. So this is what I want to do anyways. But I will say this though, like I actually like going through it, I kind of wanted to stop because it became like a chore, because I saw myself making the what's in my wallet videos. I saw myself making basically kind of regurgitating what other people are making already, and it kind of became lifeless, honestly. And I'm like, I have already a demanding job. I don't want to, work another job. So I think I had to find a way to like remove myself from doing, even if it doesn't like grow fast, remove myself from doing everything else, everybody else does and do what I like. And once I started doing it that way, I'm like, oh, this is actually fun again. So I just, kind of like started from basically enjoying talking about points in general, like what you can use them for. That's what it was for me.
That's awesome.
Okay, I can go next. So my YouTube channel, I started really because I literally just wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to grow my channel from 0 to 1,000 subscribers without ever asking any of my friends, any of my family, or not even telling them that I had a YouTube channel. And for that reason, I thought that this would have worked. So I did it. I used to watch her name was Catherine Manning. She had basically a how to do YouTube type channel. And when I found her, I think I found her right before she got to 1,000 subscribers. And I watched her channel grow like almost overnight, right? Maybe within a few months from that just under 1,000 to over 100,000. And I'm like, I know I
Wow.
can do it. And of course, I saw the Graham Stephan and the Andre Jick, those finance creators. I'm like, they're doing it. I can do it too. So I decided I want to do it. And what really helped to propel the initial growth of my channel was covering the dreaded stimulus check topics, which everybody wanted a stimulus check back in 2020. So I realized that was the first time I realized a trending topic. So I got onto that. I started a little bit with finance and I did a little bit of credit cards, but then I noticed that was trending. So I got onto that. And then I got tired. I got burnt out because the game was so hard. It was so competitive because everyone had access to the information. That was like the number one trending topic. So if you didn't have your video out first thing in the morning, listen, it just wouldn't have picked up. So I was waking up like 5 o'clock in the morning, looking for the news, recording the video, getting it up by 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, doing that 4 or 5 times per week. Got burnt out and I'm like, I can't do it. Then all the people who were commenting on the channel because they were so desperate for the money because it was a really tough time for a lot of people, right? Those comments made me feel kind of crappy about myself. Like I'm putting out this information. I know it's not me. I'm seeing what the politicians are doing, and I'm like, I don't want to do it anymore. So I took a bit of a break from YouTube. I think it was a few months. Then I went back to, I'm like, let me go back to credit cards because I like credit cards, and let me just show my journey, which my journey is a bit more careful, right? I was slower with getting into the credit card game and I was still learning more about it. So like I'll just put it on there and I'll still try to grow my channel, see what happens. And here I am today, still making credit card content videos. I haven't uploaded for a little bit. I was a little under the weather, but I feel JP's sentiments. Like now that I've been out of it for kind of forcefully for 2 going on 3 weeks, probably if I upload a video this Sunday, I already have the script written and everything. And I'm like, this is beginning to become a little bit repetitive. And for anyone who's following my channel, if you are in the audience, I've kind of shifted my content a little bit to somewhat of the controversial side of like challenging a little bit of the ideas. Because I watched the creator and I like that he had these controversial topics. I'm like, I can use that for credit cards because I'm getting tired of the same thing. And I know one of my videos I was really kind of like being controversial about climbing the credit card ladder. But I just begin to
I love that
notice
video, by the way.
thanks. I began to notice, like, for anybody who wants to come into the credit card game and really the credit card community and share, once you begin to grow a channel and you get to learn more of the backside of things and how things work, then you begin to understand why certain videos keep getting pushed. And I think what's been happening for me, unfortunately, and I know this is supposed to be an uplifting message, but what began happening to me recently is I'm like, well, I don't want to push cards just for pushing cards. I don't want to make climbing the credit card ladder video because I know it'll get thousands and thousands of views, at least potentially for my channel. I want to be real. I want to be authentic. It can get frustrating if you let it get frustrating. It can't feel like a job if you let it feel like a job. So now I'm beginning to just take a step back and really get back to creating content just for the fun and enjoyment of creating content instead of really trying to feel like pushing content. Like you get to a point where once your channel is growing and you just want to keep that momentum going, you start to feel guilty to take a break. And since I've been on a break for 2 weeks, it's like, oh, I need to get something up. But at the same time, I felt so much relief. I'm like, I needed this break. Even though I'm not extremely consistent like a lot of people because I have a full-time job, it still gets to you mentally. But overall, it's a great community. We have some really good, real people, even the ones who are really repetitive. They know the game. They're doing their thing. You can still learn a lot from them as well. But I just like to give a little bit of a different perspective. So that has been my growth on YouTube.
Before we continue, Jack, I think Sledge is trying to get back into the.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah. He is. Sorry, Sledge.
Well, I guess I'll go next before I forget what I'm gonna say. CJ.
Yeah, I talk a lot.
Yeah, well, so do I, man. It's all love, bro. But I will say, for me, I really had no intentions of becoming a content creator or being on YouTube. I received the American Airlines City Platinum Select card. Didn't know anything about airline miles or points. And I said, well, let me watch YouTube to see how this thing works. And so I started watching videos and I became intrigued by all the travel people was doing for free. But I still had no intentions of starting my YouTube channel. And so I watched probably every day I got home. That was the first thing I did. Grab my iPad, go to YouTube and see what new videos came out from the Credit Shufu, who is now Ben Hedges, ex Sebi, Brian Jung, who I've communicated with him a couple times.
Look at Sledge.
Then I said, wait a minute. I ran into this one brother and he spent more time talking about his equipment not working than he did credit cards. I said, well, I could do that. I mean, I could do what he doing and get paid for it. So I went to work. Now I'm the oldest person in my department. And I told all the little 20-year-olds, I said, man, I think I'm going to be a YouTuber. They said, oh, you're going to be an influencer? I said, I don't know nothing about all that. I'm just going to be a YouTuber. But I didn't know the two went together. And finally built up my nerves, but went and bought me a tripod. No, they bought me a tripod. They were so heavy. I know they just wanted to clown me. And I sat in my driveway. I did a 14-minute video. And to this day, I do not know what I was talking about. I was just rambling, all over the place, no structure. I said, well, maybe I won't be a YouTuber. This was hard. And then after the following came, and I realized I couldn't be Brian Jones. I couldn't be Sebi. I couldn't be the other guy, Credit Shufu. I had to be Rob. And I'm like, yo, man, just get on there and just make up some stuff. Not make up some the knowledge, but come up with some little slogans and stuff. And then I came up with Let's Roll, baby. I do my intros. And then I don't drop gems or nuggets. I drop boulders. And next thing I know, people just start watching, laughing, everybody giggling. I was like, boy, this is easy. And that's my origin. I didn't, I tried to do some finance stuff on there because kind of like what Sled said, I wanted to start my channel for a certain group of people. But I realized very quickly that wasn't going to work. And then I wanted to have finance included. The points and miles, people could care less about how much you make on stocks.
Yep.
So I created a stock channel. Then one day I just wanted to talk about football or something. I said, man, how can I pull this one off? So I created the Points Bank Experience, which is just a whatever the hell I want to talk about channel. I might be talking about playing horseshoes one day. The next day I may be talking about whatever. So that was my origin, but I will say I don't recommend that because one of the challenges, one of the most difficult things is to flip this light switch from credit, points and miles, finance, and then doing an interview with somebody and not talking about none of them. So that's how I got in the game.
Can I ask someone real quick before we continue on? Like, Rob brought something really interesting. Like, I thought that like if people cared about points, they'll care about traveling to certain places. It's so funny, like the fact that like you might think one thing is gonna hit, but man, it does not always happen that way.
Yeah,
They don't.
you never know.
Yeah, they don't. They really don't. If you what I found for anyone who wants to create those type of videos with travel, what I found is you really have to be heavy on the credit card that you use and package the video as a credit card review, basically. And then include that footage more like in the background. When I did my Hilton, what was all the hotels I stayed at in DC or whatever, that's how I had to package it, and it did decently. In my opinion, at least for me, for the type of video, it did really well. But the community, for the most part, nah, they're not really interested in that. Even some of the max point redemption videos, even those don't really perform really well on my channel. I know they do very well for like Daniel Braun, but not even in my channel, no.
And Max Rewards is trash. That's super trash, bro. I used to use Max Rewards back in the day. Like Max Rewards, like so trash, bro. Like I could still use it to find the best place to use my card at.
Yeah.
But other than that, man, Max Rewards is trash, bro. You gotta keep it. You gotta log in, you know, and keep syncing your account all the time, man. It's just not worth it, bro.
I mean, could somebody help me out on Max Rewards? I don't actually know how it works in the sense that, because like what I get is that like, oh, you add it and then basically all of these things are added to your card, or added to like when you use your card. But my thought process is, if you don't know what's added to your card, how are you going to use it for something? Like that's the part that like it's not clicking for me. Okay, I have Max Rewards is adding everything, but like I don't know what the rules are. I don't know what I'm getting. So like, how is that actually helping me?
Right.
That's pretty true.
It's kind of like, all right, I'll put it like this. Say for instance, you have and Rod can talk about this too. You sign up for Hilton Dining or Rakuten or whatever, and you just use it and it just happens. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not thinking about using it, you just use it and it just happens. So by them loading the rewards on there, when you go to use something, because all of them are already loaded, it just happens. My problem with Max Rewards is every time I go to Max Rewards, like these 5 accounts haven't synced. You have to sync these accounts up, and it's just like I ain't got time for all of that. You know what I'm saying? It's not like every time I log into it. Right.
Yeah, I mean, like Sled said, like Hilton Dining. I haven't, for some reason, the restaurants I like, I can never find them on Hilton, Marriott Dining. But I've been tearing that American Airlines e-shopping portal up. I'm getting 2.5 miles per dollar spent at FedEx. Plus, I'm using my American Airlines card, so now I'm getting 3.5 times the points. And when I buy a baseball hat or a T-shirt or a jersey, something like that. But I see my man Chad has slid in here. Chad, what's up? Chad, I done spoke to you about 15 minutes. 15 different times in live stream. You still ain't say hi.
No, I did. I just, because I'm normally at work. Like I'm at work now, so I'm just coming in for a little bit.
He waves, man.
But yeah, I definitely I see you. I see you out there. I've been enjoying this conversation. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Oh,
We're
okay.
listening. Yeah.
By the way, Rod, man, it's 3-1 Mets.
Oh, is it, man? I don't even like the Mets. I like the Yankees. I just I just get the different hats, man, to match my clothes, dog. And I really throw people out when I have a Mets hat on and a Yankees hat tomorrow. All right, but I like the Yankees, man. But is it 3-1?
Yeah, it's 3-1 right now.
Yeah, I'll watch it tonight when the replay is on MLB TV.
Hey. Chad, what's your origin story?
Oh, well, mine is actually kind of similar to Dr. Buffett's. I had, during the pandemic, I've always been a retail investor. I love trading in stocks, financial vehicles. Finance has always been a big thing for me, and I've always tried to share with people in my community, hey, look, get rid of the bank accounts. You can invest. You can turn your money over so much faster. This is how the rich do it. Like, they own companies. They don't just have like what's the word, like flaccid savings. So I was trying to share it with people around me who made good money, and my wife was like, they're not listening. So instead of wasting your breath, try YouTube. And then my daughter, who was 7 at the time, was so excited because she was all into YouTube. She was like, Daddy, I will help you. And she, her and my wife, they both made me start Chad's Money Minutes, where I said, nobody ain't gonna listen to me for more than a minute. I'm really boring. So let me just give it to people in 1 minute chunks. That's a great idea. I wish I had packaged that and sold it to YouTube, but I did my first 1 minute video, and my daughter did it in one take. She acted like a pro. That's how come she's now the intro into my videos, and it just took off from there. And then I transitioned over to long form content when I did my platinum benefit series, because I got this platinum card with so many benefits. It was like a Dead Sea Scroll. I said, man, people might want to know about all of this stuff without having to read it, and that's how I got into long form content.
That's actually how I found you, Chad. I was like, literally all of those videos. Like, this man made a video for every single part of the platinum card.
Sure did. From the private jets to Equinox to authorized users to baggage delay insurance to emergency medical insurance. That's how come when you said the platinum card wasn't a travel card, I was like, wait a minute.
Honestly, to be real though, I'm kind of like workshopping, like seeing like what's going to trigger people in terms of the platinum card. So I'll back up a little bit, but
oh no, it worked on me. Guaranteed.
That's one of the things I want to throw in. I'll tell you, I met Chad. I think Chad came into my live.
Yeah.
And if I find out that a person's a country, I'm going to check them out. And I think Sledge, when I went and checked out Chad, I said, man, I really like this dude. You know what he's talking about? He speak well. Then I saw Sledge in his live. Like, well, let me go check out this Sledge dude. He dropping the hammer. I go listen to him. I'm like, oh, I like this dude too. And so we're bringing all this up. When you're in one person's live, don't just look at the people that are on the screen. You may see content creators throughout their live stream that have a ton of knowledge, but you're only focused on one individual. And I like, even my live streams, I'll tell people, if you're a content creator, drop hashtag content creator. Let everybody in here know you're a content creator.
And it's funny, Rod, because how I found you, I did a class of 2023 video of credit card creators. And it did well. And somebody said, well, have you heard about Points Blank Travel? I said, no, I'm going to check them out. And I jumped into one of your lives, and that's exactly what you said. Drop hashtag content creator. And that's how me and you started talking.
Wait.
Literally how it went.
I was in the class of 23, Chad.
No, you wasn't in the class of 23 because I hadn't discovered your channel.
Oh,
so
okay.
It was like, it was people who were in, like CJ was in the class of 2023. He was in there twice. You know what I'm saying? And Sledge was in it, like, so it's like that's how come Sledge is the general.
I tell
like
you what,
huh?
I'm sorry.
That's how I discover people. And one of your subscribers was like, you got to check out Points Blank Travel, and I think you made the class of 2024.
Well, I tell you what, man. When I really took a skyrocket, a rocket boost, this young lady, I never met her, never been to her channel, didn't even know she knew me. She has a channel now, Work Hard, Travel Well, Kim out of Atlanta. She featured me as one of the top 30 travel content creators in the world. Man, I'm at work about to get fired because I'm screaming and hollering. And, you know, like, what? I couldn't believe, because I can't remember if I had 1,000 subscribers or not. And then I made it the next year, but it wasn't just me. It was like me or your favorite couple and myself made it top 30. So, man, I always tell my crew that you never know who's watching you. But, man, when you see these people in here, man, ask them. Like I saw Sledge ask, TrapVision, you a content creator? I answered because I followed TrapVision. I met TrapVision.
Oh, yeah. I watched his videos. He does the watches.
Yeah, TrapVision.
Yeah.
No, he is a master of watches, man. And you just never know. Now I got Jackie. I'm gonna be watching Jackie. Jackie, don't get nervous though.
Don't get nervous.
Also,
That's funny.
Please pardon my
I'm about to
rudeness.
check him
Hello
out.
to everybody, to the panel. What's up, Sledge, JP, CJ, Jackie? I've watched some of your content as well. I didn't want you guys to think I just came in to get some shine or anything. You know, I just wanted to properly greet the panel.
Thank you. I've seen you guys as well. I recognize when first the name starts coming up, I don't, but then Chad Money, I know exactly who it is. I've seen you guys on YouTube. Yeah, you never know who's watching. I mean, I think Roz was saying like who's gonna look at me. That's how I first started. I'm like, when I started talking on YouTube, I'm like, what am I talking? I'm talking crap. Like I feel it's funny because at work, that's what I do. I talk to patients all day long, you know, and I'm very good at it. But in front of this little camera, it's like you feel like a little bug or something, you know. Now I'm
Right.
starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. I like talking about the credit cards, but I like talking about how to help people really like, you know, fill out the credit card applications the correct way, you know, for them to check their credit, what should be on there. You know, there's people that I help and, you know, they don't get approved or they get a hiccup. And it's because they have 2,000 names in their credit and nobody's never told them, hey, you got to clean up your personal information. Hey, you know, if you're going to apply for a credit card and you just changed address or employee, don't put that, just put the old address. And then once you get approved, you know, call them and say, hey, you know what, I'm sorry I got approved, but I got a new address. Because those are little things that can make, you know, the credit card jump, the application jump, and then it might go into a manual review. So I love talking about that part about the credit, you know, and the templates and use this template, or you want to dispute this. And like, I think educating, you know, the community on really how credit works in general, like that's something that I love to do, you know, because a lot of people, yeah, they want to know about credit cards and all that, and they want to know about points, but there's so many people that don't even know anything about credit. You know, they don't even know how to fill out an application, or that why should you use your own money when you can get 24 months interest free with Care Credit, you know, and pay for your dental procedure or pay for your eye procedure that way. And that's really what bothers me. Sometimes I'm at work and people come in and I try to explain to them, but you know, I can't push them like, hey, do this credit card, you know, save your money. But that's a big thing for me. It's just basically educating the public on credit as a whole as well.
Yep. And I like what Chad said, you know, even with credit, you know, a lot of people don't care about stocks. And all that, but you have to tie finances into this.
Yep.
You may not get into stocks and crypto, but I'm about to start a series, like Sled said, shameless plug. I'm about to start a series on my other channel, Investing with Rod. I'm going to purchase my next car strictly with investing. I ain't say put a down payment. I said purchase it. Purchase the whole car from the front to the back. Because I'm looking at my investments and I'm averaging somewhere between 25 and 40 and 60%. And I know I could do it, but I don't want to. I always tell my channel, a party of one is no fun. A party of five is not a party. It's a get together. But if I can get everybody there, everybody in the building, and everybody come up, now we're having a party. And that's what I want to do in this credit space, in the finance space. That's what I want to do. I want to see everybody flourish.
That's awesome. That's good.
Nice.
Yeah, that's definitely awesome. But
That's
I mean,
that's-
the credit space is like, man, it's so wide range. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a wide range of credit. I mean, it's not even a credit card space. It's a finance space for the most part.
Right.
We got something for everybody here. I'll spend most of my time talking about credit cards, but I dibble and dabble in other things, and you know, they don't. As long as I don't sway too far away from credit cards, because that's my core audience, it'll
Right.
still do well. But yeah, I mean, and that's why that's one of the reasons why I try my best to try to get so many different like-minded people together, because we all have our different parts in it, and we all helping people in a different way. So,
Right.
and I look at all the people in here, man. Everybody doing something different. Like everybody, we all do the same thing, but we all do the same thing differently. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the interesting thing, and I gotta go at this, but I just wanted to say this before I left. I think the interesting thing is that like we all know all this stuff and we're all doing this, but like YouTube is a search engine. People are searching for stuff. So like your video might be the first time that somebody heard about, you know, credit cards or about credit or anything like that. So I think like people, I say it's true. I'm tired of seeing, you know, what's in my wallet videos, but like this might be the person's first what's in their wallet video. So I'm not gonna get mad at somebody regurgitates information. So I definitely think it's like there's a good point in terms of like, you know, doing these things, like having the repetitive stuff, because you might find that person might be their first video, you know, on the platinum card or whatever it is happening out there. Definitely so. But this is great, guys. I gotta check out those. Thanks for having me.
Deuces.
Peace.
Yeah, your boy about to wrap it. Your boy about to wrap it up too, man. I appreciate y'all having me on here. Like I said, I'm had that celebration either Friday night or Saturday. 5,000 subscribers. I finally made it. I appreciate all of y'all, but your boy got to get up out of here, man. Salute to everybody. Salute to subscribers. Salute to everybody that always supported your boy, man.
Salute, man. And thanks for sending me the invite. You've been trying to get me on one of these for a long time. It never worked out, but it worked out tonight.
It worked out today, man. It ain't gonna be the last time either.
No, it won't be.
Thank God it worked out. I didn't think it was gonna work out.
It did. It was great.
But I'm gonna get ready to raise up as well, Jack. I don't want to turn this into a leaving event, but
no, but that's fine. Hey, we've been on for 2 hours, guys.
2 hours, yeah.
Yeah, and I will say though, it's an honor to work with content creators with such vast knowledge. And like Sledge was just saying, we do stuff differently, but I've never gone into any of my live streams where I didn't learn something new. I've rarely gone into other live streams where I didn't learn something new. There were finance lives or credit lives. And to be able to be on a panel with this much knowledge, I've been excited all day, man. And it's just, I don't care if I know you. I've never worked with CJ. I've never worked with Jackie. I don't care. If Sledge say, hey, Rod, we're going to do it here, you down, I'm down. Because if Sledge vouching for you, I'm going to be there, man. I'm going to be there. And then Chad, I ain't met too many people that keep it real like I do with my channel, but Chad will keep it realer than real. You know, and it's a blessing for me. And I hope some of the viewers, the subscribers realize this may be an unknown blessing to you because the stuff we've learned, they still don't teach in schools.
Yeah.
We have Google, but you don't have so many people that know what they're talking about that like now they are talking about it, that know what they're talking about. Like I watched when Jackie was interviewed by Sledge. I never thought about keeping my old address because I have a longer history. I always put the new address I just moved to. I never thought about that. But yet people say, Rod, you're a credit card guru. I might know a little bit about something, but I don't know everything. Now I'm ready to go apply for something. Just put my old address from 1974 or something. Anyway, y'all, much love. Thank y'all for having me. I'm going to raise up out of here, and I'll be seeing y'all soon, man.
Bye, Rod. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jackie, for having me.
There.
Thank you.
Thank you, CJ. Appreciate it. Appreciate you, Chad.
Yeah, man, it's always good to see you, Rod.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry to jump in late
No,
because
it's
I'm
fine.
currently at work, so it's just jumping in. I love to be a part of these, you know what I mean? And especially with a bunch of respected content creators. So it's always good. But I know you guys are wrapping up, so I am actually going to get back to work as well. Because I am here until 6 a.m. So
Jeez.
I'm at the beginning of my shift. This hospital ain't gonna run itself. So
Gotcha.
I gotta go,
man.
you guys.
Bye, Chad.
All righty.
All right, CJ.
All right. And then there were two.
I have to tell you, I love your background. I actually want that kind of background, but in more like a pink.
Oh, thanks.
I like it.
Yeah, I finally got the lights updated this year, so it comes out pretty cool on camera. So thank
Yeah,
you,
it looks
appreciate it.
awesome. That looks awesome. I appreciate you. Okay.
All right, I appreciate you too. Nice to meet you.
You
And I'm pretty
too.
sure it won't be the last. We're both in South Florida, so eventually
right.
at some point we can probably get together and do something.
Yep. 100%. All right,
All
guys.
right.
Good night, and thank you for sticking around.
Peace.